Alright, what is going on everybody, and welcome back here to my channel. So, the intelligent guy that I am, I actually did an intro already before I played the league, but I didn't have my microphone on, so it was silent. So here we are. I already made a couple of changes to the deck and the sideboard, so that you will see some differences between here and what you're going to see in the league, but overall it's still the same, of course. So first of all, currently the meta has developed to a point where Grixis Control is being beat in what it mainly wants to do, and that is graveyard recursion, then a lot of removal spells and trying to burn your opponent out. So the meta though is heavy on life gain right now. That's why you don't see a whole lot of burn and mono red prowess. So Uru is everywhere. You have to fight the Thopter Foundry decks that are also, both of them are generating a lot of value out of the graveyard as well. And Grixis doesn't have a great way in the main board to deal with those threats. Therefore, that is a little bit of a problem. Then on the other hand, there's big mana that you also have to handle at some point. So, and because so many people are building control decks always the same way, right? There's people that are building Grixis like they would be building blue-white control or Esper Control or whatever, not really taking into account the advantages that some of the colors that you're playing are really inducing into the archetype. Because building Grixis like a blue-white control deck, like a Planeswalker deck, I've seen a lot of versions of that, or just going very top-end heavy, just doesn't fit very well to the strengths that red provides you with. And here, so I tried playing Esper Control because Esper typically is a draw-go deck. That's what, in the past, Wafutapa and those players, those pros have always made the deck to be, but that didn't really fit my playstyle. Like, I was kind of successful with the deck, but I didn't really get the deck where I wanted it to be. Like, I didn't have the same kind of velocity as in Grixis. I didn't have the same type of clean mana plus disruption against big mana. Therefore, I didn't want to go too big with Esper Control as well. And that's also the reason why I think that Esper Control is actually not a factor in the meta, because people might be just building it incorrectly. So I switched to a role that I think fits Esper Control a lot better, and that is Esper Stoneblade. Having a little bit of early disruption here in Inquisition Thoughtseize, the same as we also do in Grixis, but then we're also having Path to Exile, like a nuclear bomb of a removal spell, basically, that you typically also don't want to use too early in the game to not ramp your opponent. But then Stoneforge Mystic provides you with a lot of value, an early game threat, and then you can just protect it. And most importantly, Esper over blue-white control or blue-white Stoneblade. Also, Esper Stoneblade, not a deck that is all too common in the meta. So, like, you will find banned Snowblade in between, you will find blue-white Stoneblade, but I don't think that in the last, like, since Stoneforge Missing has been unbanned, I think I maybe played one time against an Esper Stoneblade deck, and I'm not even sure about that. But the advantage that I do have here is that I actually can fight graveyard decks quite well in the main board through Kaya's Guide. I could also go with Ashiok main board or put in Kaya itself, but I actually wanted to go with a build where I do have a little bit of early game disruption, then have a threat, and afterwards I just play it instant speed for the most part. That's also the reason why there's no Teferi Time Reveler in here, which is typically what you want to be playing in blue-white. But I just cut it because it doesn't really provide me with a lot of value in my main game plan. And bouncing a Spell Queller or Snapcaster Mage does provide value, of course, but is also a little bit too cute because in most games you just don't get to a point where that is relevant. And then in regards to the sideboard, Esper has to take into account that it is quite weak in the main board, or the way I build it, it's quite weak in the main board against creature decks. Therefore, we do have 2 fatal pushes and 2 plague engineers in sideboard, and depending on the creature deck, I could also bring in Celestial Purge. But other than that, Mystical Dispute for the control matchups, then Ashiok and Aethergust for big mana especially, and then we have Surgical as well. Surgical mainly in here because having these really big options that you're typically using with Azorius Control, like Rest in Peace, Stony Silence, you know, Ley Lines maybe, or whatever. I just want to have a little bit more flexibility. I want to be able to adjust faster, and these like Rest in Peace, etc. Although they shut the graveyard down, they make my Drowning Lock worse. They also make it so my opponent can just bounce whatever in my turn or with the Teferi in their turn, and then I'm not even able to interact anymore. And then just still go off with Jeskai Breach or whatever, which has happened to me already. So I think Surgical, better option here. And then the Carfire Walker, of course, for the Moan Red and Burn decks, because in the main board with Thoughtseize, etc., I do sometimes have a little bit of a problem there because my threats just don't stick, and I can't trade with their creatures at an advantage. So post board, I need quite a bit here to make up for that. But overall, I had a lot of success. I started playing the deck. So first of all, on Thursday I played the Modern Preliminary with Merfolk and went 4-1, only losing to Andrea Mangucci in round number 5 on Jeskai Breach, where my Merfolks just weren't able to interact, and that was fine. And then on Friday, I actually started tinkering with Esper Stoneblade. The first iteration, I went 4-1, then the second iteration I also went 4-1, and then there's this league. So this is the third league that I'm playing with Esper Stoneblade. You will have 5 games of this league, and then there are, I think, 3 games additionally at the end of the video. So overall, this is going to be a very long video, but it will show you a couple of different aspects of the deck in different matchups. So I put in like an Eldrazi-tron, I think, in the back, and I wasn't able to I mean, I could have also just recorded 3 entire leagues, but that was a little bit too much, so I chose to put it this way. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you have a great weekend, and I'm gonna play the Modern PPTQ today. PTQ, not PPTQ. Which is gonna start in 3.5 hours, and by the time you should already have the sub. I'm probably gonna wait till I upload it until we're already in the tournament to reduce the information spread a little bit, but overall I think it's a pretty good list, and yep, I had fun playing it. So see you around, guys. Alright, welcome to round number 1 here. We do have a little bit of an awkward hand with 5 lands, but we also do have opt, and we do have a couple of... The good thing is with this shell, we can switch around a controlling shell and a more aggressive shell pretty quickly. Therefore, I think I'm just gonna keep here and try to draw an early Stoneforge. So in the last 2 leagues that I played, I did not play Mystic Sanctuary, and it was only on 22 lands. And while that was fine for the most part, I really did want to have the option of going with the Mystic Sanctuary. Alright, so if we're playing against Death and Taxes here, let's have a look really quick about what's going on. Death and Taxes indeed. And let's not kid ourselves. This is not a great matchup overall. So Giver of Runes is going to protect the Thalia, but I need to get rid of the Thought-Knot Seer because The drone lock won't be able to deal with that anytime soon. That's gonna be too slow. My goodness. Alright. Yeah, so post board we do have a lot of options here to fight them. In the main board though, I mean, it's not too bad. We do have 4, 6, 8 direct removal spells plus the swords, etc. So that's not too bad. And of course, Dragonloch can kill the Give of Runes. And then we only have to deal with that Thalia. But I did damage myself significantly already, of course. Right, so... I think saving him a little bit of life here, getting that better skull, is going to be beneficial. He can't path our Stoneforge, of course. Oh no, drew another one. Yeah, okay. That sucks, of course. So Dovin's Veto is basically a dead card here. I do want to fatal push Thoughtseize. Actually, I do want to have Thoughtseize as well. I think I'm going to cut. Well, it's a good test. I haven't played against, like I've played against creature decks and humans. I haven't played against anything like Death and Taxes with the deck. So keep, and I'm gonna ditch a snow-covered thing here. And I like that people are picking up these kinds of decks, because Thalia should be pretty good in the meta. And as I said, like people need to adjust in order for me to still be able to play Grixis. That's fine. So I'm going with the Cryptic command here first before I Tarp it, because the Give Out Runes doesn't do anything on the board. They might actually also be playing. Still Forge Mystic, of course, although I'm not sure if they do. Our early game removal is really not the best. Oh my goodness, again. Now he's gonna take the better skull anyway, but he might actually also be taking the Snapcaster. So I think it's each opponent sacrifices a creature, I gain life. Interesting. So I think that I'm getting Snap down first, because next turn I can also go Snap, equip with the sword, and then play the better skull. And this time, just to prevent a Path of Exile or something like that from wrecking me, I'm just gonna make a token as well, because I'm at 19 life and I do have a better skull in hand, therefore. Yeah, exactly what I thought. Let's get a white source here. Another Thornatia. Wasteland Strangler. Strangler, not Strangler. Alright, so Flooded Strand actually gives me access to Cryptic Command, which is pretty neat. This blocks that pretty well as well. Alright, let's get this Flooded Strand, the Cryptic Command here. Yes. Nope. So 1, 2, 3. I still do have Cryptic up as backup, even if he blocks. Yeah, and I think it's fair to be keeping the Thoughtseizes in here. It's not the best top deck, of course, but we do have a lot of top-end options here. We're not running anything like a Kalitas though, so maybe I should be thinking about that as well. Have a couple of lands. Alright, Spell Queller should seal the deal here. Never mind. That's actually a pretty good draw. Because the Eldrazi Displacer, of course, is devoid. So somehow I have to get rid of that first. But we have close to infinite turns here to find a removal spell for that Eldrazi Displacer. And since he won't be able to play anything outside of 3 mana right now, I do not see a problem yet. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. Alright, I'm not doing it this turn. Well, single Matter Shaper, Eldrazi Displacer here. Just taking the heat. Alright, let's get this back so that I can replay it with the Stoneforge. And that is quite interesting. Another Thornlord's in hand. Opponent at least can't complain about drawing cards. Pretty good draws here, all along. So as soon as he takes this up to 4, yeah, I'm gonna bounce the Eldrazi Displacer here. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So if I bounce the Eldrazi Displacer right now, maybe I should have done that first. Interesting. So since I can't pump my Thalia, my Stoneforge to be... Well, I actually didn't want to do that, but okay. Why did that happen? Okay. It would be really cool if we drew a removal spell at some point. Let's draw here first. Scripted command is going to be replayed. So, enters the battlefield, blah 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 blah. Okay. Yes. We're gonna still return and draw. Perfect. Still have a land to fetch as well for the Ghost Quarter here. And that should do it now. Yep. Well, it took us more than like to draw a third removal spell. It took us more than half of our deck. That's crazy. So let's hope that in the last round here we are gonna find our removal spell a little earlier. Elspeth could actually be okay as well. Let's go with Thoughtseize. And maybe one Thoughtseize, two Cryptics, one Elspeth. Yeah, the lock basically between Thornatia and Eldrazi Replacer is probably the strongest interaction that the deck has to offer. We also have to think about what Plague Engineer is actually going to be naming. Naming Eldrazi doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Naming humans probably only hits Thalia. Flicker Wisp should also be in there. So one of those, I would imagine. No while, alright. So you can play this. Flicker Wisp will take a little bit of time as well. I think I have to take Thalia here, because the Aruta I can actually get rid of and then play the Stoneforge the turn after, but Thalia is a problem. And here I need to go and kill it before anything else happens. Alright, no play here by our opponent, which is good. So next is probably going to be Tideholder Scholar, I would imagine, coming down. Taking whatever I want to have here. Flicker Wisp is only half as good without a vial, right? Alright. So this enables me to go snap path next turn, which is important to me. And I would probably force him to go with the Tideholder Scholar here, or path. And with the path I'm perfectly fine, because that gives me options. And I'm close to playing the Better Skull then anyway. If I draw another land off the top, that would be perfect. Might be forced to take this Snapcaster here. Then I can still bounce it with the Cryptic Command, of course. Because the Flicker Wisp can get rid of the Germ token. And therefore that wouldn't be too beneficial to do that. But Spellqueller definitely also is something that my opponent has to be playing around now. Needs to get rid of the Giver of Runes, otherwise you can protect the Title of Scholar. That is not great, of course. Alright, so I can get rid of the Flicker Wisp, which is important to me already. And there's another path. So I could name Elemental here. Do I want to though? Do I actually want to have that land? Well, let's name path. Go with Elemental here. And then the Spellcaller is actually a roadblock for the Tidal Scholar. So next turn I can either go with Batterskull all out, or just go with the Stoneforge and have her Spellcaller up. So I'm taking another 2 here if I must. I just don't want him to play more stuff while I'm setting up things, because he won't be able to do this forever. And he's also still pretty restrained on mana. And then with the Stoneforge I'm going to grab a Sword of Fire and Ice, so that I can actually wreak havoc among my opponents, Give of Runes and Tidal Scholars, etc. It definitely has a play there. Just don't know which it is. Alright, so he doesn't know about my second Spellcaller here, so leaving this Spellcaller back as backup copy here is actually quite beneficial for me. And then also do have removal, just in case. And I'm gonna elect to counter this, I think, because that's the most egregious card that I can be playing against, and if he does have a Wasteland Strangler as well, or another one of those Fox, then that's pretty annoying. So Mystic Sanctuary doesn't trigger yet, so I think I'm just gonna go and get rid of the Give of Runes first. Kaya's Guile. Alright, Kaya's Guile makes me want to play the thing, because we're taking 5 here. He's probably going to bounce both of my creatures. But he also does have to bounce the... So currently he has three activations there. He does have to bounce my Spell Queller. He does have to bounce this as well. So Elemental. Oh. Obviously I'm not gonna block here. Another Stoneforge mistake. So he has to bounce it anyway. Therefore it doesn't make a whole lot of a difference for me. Attack here. And then the Stoneforge Mystic can actually get in another creature that he will have to bounce, and then... Now maybe it's best if I just go with the snap here. Because of the path. So if he activates here, then I have to go with the Kaya's Guile. And I'm not gonna go with all modes, but just sack and give me full life, so that I would survive another attack. But he will probably be forced to go against the Eldrazi Replacer, because otherwise it's just a blowout. And Eldrazi Displacer is such a... Like, if you have the mana for it, it's such a good card. Alright. So basically nothing. This doesn't change the equation on either side. Still gives him 3 activations here. So I actually want to play the Kaya's Guile before he sacks, because otherwise... Did I choose the correct one? Yeah. Well, that is actually quite sick. So now, though, I could, in theory, go with my own spell queller as well, right? Ooh. Yeah, I have to exile it. That is actually pretty good. Because I'm playing the spell queller here because that way I do have an untapped spell queller on the battlefield as well. And he either has to release it first or... And now I think I'm gonna name... I could be naming Eldrazi here so that it becomes a 2-2 and can't attack. No, must be elemental. But if he plays, like, it will still trigger, right? No, I need to get rid of it. Like, if he manages to bounce it at some point, then I'm just dead. So he has one more activation. He certainly cannot kill me because he can't really bounce this spell queller. Otherwise I get the Kaya Skull. And then next turn I have lethal on the battlefield. I would say that was really well played on either side. Like, I liked what my opponent was forcing me to do, but I also found a solution, so... And again, this is like, if you're not playing with spell queller a lot, then it's easy to forget that he forces you to take a spell of the stack. Hey, he doesn't have another activation, right? Oh no, he does. But then that actually changed the equation, because before he wouldn't have had enough colorless mana to activate it 3 times. So what he could do, of course, is attack, hope that I'm blocking with the spell queller and Stoneforge like in this way, so that my spell queller dies, so that he can blink another spell queller in response to the Kaya's Guile, but that would still be lethal. Okay, but now you don't have any blockers anymore. And I got enough damage on the battlefield to kill you, so... Alright, GG's opponent. You get it well played. Alright, welcome back to round number 2. We do have an okay hand with a turn 2 Stoneforge into a turn 3 Spellqueller. There's almost no deck that I path on turn 1 against. Well, that probably is not a good sign. Oh, Stone. Okay. Dredge. If we were on the play here, I think would actually have a decent shot. On the draw, it might be a little more difficult. Alright, that's not the best of hits here. Let's see if he finds a dredger. Nope. Alright, that will slow our opponent down at least a bit. And he needs to have another Catharic Union in hand here in order to really do something. Alright, that looks to be the second best option. Life from the Loam, yes. Alright. So, turn 3, we can stop these Life from the Loam shenanigans. Do I want to have a drawn loch? Seems pretty good in the matchup in general, but I don't have black mana yet, and I would rather have a path. There's black mana though. Let's go with a better skull first. Alright, still no Dredger. And he also didn't Shriekhorn, therefore... Creeping Chill. Oh, there's Nox. Well then, the Creeping Chill is of course very annoying, unless he does have a fetch land, but he should have a fetch land, right? Oh no, a fetch land is also not good enough. Needs one more card, because you have to exilate. Alright, Conflagrate, of course, the best card that he could have had in hand. Oh, he's gonna kill my Stoneforge. And then next turn he does have access to the Ox. Which will delay my better skull by a significant margin. Let's already take a look here at what we can bring in. Ashiok, Surgical, Plague Engineer, potentially even Cold Firewalker and Elspeth. Should be alright. Even Aethergas is not bad. because all of their spells are green or red. Yeah. I'm gonna shock here. It's very likely that I'm gonna play the Spell Queller, but it's also possible that I have to get like rid of an Ox of Agonis or something. Dark Blast is also a problem. So I assume that he kept a land in hand to trigger the Bloodghast. I'm gonna take that with the Spell Queller. And hope that he doesn't have another red land in hand, because I'm actually not sure. Like, it could be... Alright. Does have more. And yeah, well then. I mean, I couldn't have done anything else anyway, but... Now we're, of course... Then draw 3 cards. He's not discarding anything, and I hope that it doesn't trigger... like for each draw, so that he has to hit something with the Dog Blast here. Yep, okay. So yeah, of course it's not looking great right now. But again, he doesn't have a dredger in the bin. Next turn I do have access to Better Skull. Do I attack? So Dark Blast gives me -1/-1, right? So I can still block an Archamoeba here favorably. And then I can get rid of the Ox and the Prize Homogram and take 2. I think that is the play. Just gotta stay alive until my Better Skull can start doing work. No, there's no way that I can prevent that from happening. Hits were pretty good, but he has to have drawn a land, of course. I don't think there's more basics. Alright, so let's go block here. Actually, fuck. Now he has Dark Blast in hand, of course, again. So he can just Dark Blast me to get back the life from loam. Yeah, I can't actually do anything here. So I need to take 3. Let's see if it does have another basic. Nope. Okay. So since I really don't want to block anything with my spell quarter, I think I can attack. Alright, so he's gonna Dark Blast. No, maybe he's just gonna go with the Stinkweed Imp here. Okay, Creeping Chill. Annoying. Price Among Rummels, very annoying. But no Ox and no Conflagrate, and those are the two important things that I'm taking off this. And then if we get back to our turn, we actually have a couple of things to do here. Stinkweed, yeah. I would have imagined. Just so that I cannot attack with the Germ token to bolster my life total. So we could now, of course, having Better Skull on the board is actually pretty neat. Alright, so I need to stop that Conflagrate from doing any harm. He's gonna go Life from Loam Conflagrate, pretty sure. So Life from Loam, of course, will trigger the Black Gas, but I cannot really prevent it anyway in the long run. There are 3 Creeping Chills already. No, only 2. That's also not good. Also, as I said, he does still have the Dog Blast. We cannot forget about it. But our dredge opponent takes a lot of time, and that is already something that I like. Yeah, so we're bringing in basically our entire sideboard. I think, aside from Mystical Dispute, there's a whole lot to be had there. So we might be attacking with the Price Hemogram as well, just to Dark Blast my Germ token. And I'm also going to block the Blood Gas there. Alternatively, I could, like, if I want to save my counterspell, I could also just go with a Black Gas here. Block, stay at 9. But he's gonna get that back anyway. If I block with the Snapcaster. Yeah, I think I'm gonna block this way. Because the Price Amalgam is gonna come back anyway. And therefore... Alright, so 3. We're to 11. Stinkweep is a good hit here as well. What would be really great would be finding a sort of Feast of Famine here off the top. Alright, so now my opponent's actually thinking a little too long. Yep. Do you still have fetchable sources in your deck though? So, whilst that isn't the best draw, we can put a Path to Exile back on top. And now that he doesn't have Dog Blast in hand, I think I'm gonna keep the Spell Queller back. And I'm good with that. These fucking Creeping Chills, man. Fucking Creeping Chills. And that was only the third as well, right? And there's still one in there. So 2 Dog Blasts still in the bin. He can Forgotten Cave a Dog Blast. I guess that is why he's attacking this way. And then he needs to play the Stingweed Embed as well. To block the Spell Queller. I guess that's his overall plan here. Or just go with Conflagrate, that's also possible. Did have another one, interesting. Three Dark Blasts, man, what the fuck. I mean, he's gathering resources here clearly, right? To put his stuff to work. Right. So I'll do my best do this. So I'll be down to 13, but I would also get a little bit of life here to bolster myself. Yeah, let's try to appear to have made a mistake here. So to seem like I didn't have another white source, but I wanted to go with this anyway, right? So now he has to basically conflagrate in order to beat my spell queller. And with 17 cards in his graveyard, or 19 now, I should definitely be able to counter it with a Drawnenloch. Good. I got all your bases covered, friend. Now what? How are we gonna beat the 6/7 flying vigilance lifelink dude? Alright. Yeah, well, that actually was a mistake. I should have gone with the... Yeah, that actually was a mistake. Should have gone with the Price Amogram, because he wouldn't have gotten it back out of the graveyard. But Villavi. Still have a counterspell, and I do have a path. But we're still in game 1, friend. So maybe you just want to go to game 2? I could also imagine that a Dredge player has never actually gone to time. Alright, Kaya's Guile, pretty decent here. Don't want to have that though. So that's coming in. Picking this out. I think Ether Gus is a little more flexible than Dovin's Veto. Like, on the whole. Oh, Plague Engineer. Nope. Plague Engineer, need you as well. Sort of Fire and Ice. Probably cut here, and then let's also cut the Ether Gust. So he's definitely bringing in Artifact and Enchantment Hate just for my better score. Because that's a card that he otherwise has problems beating. We have so much graveyard hate right now. 6 pieces plus the Plague Engineer plus Path. And of course the Core Firewalker. So the hand isn't great. I mean, it's not bad against, most opponents. Question is, can we keep this against a Dredge player? Stoneforge is basically a sideboard card. Aether Gust gives us a little bit of time. And I need the mana anyway, so alright. Let's try it. I mean, our top decks have to be phenomenal. Unless we're drawing lands. Oh, haggle into Bloodcast. Okay. That is not very impressive. Did have a Shrikon though. Or just found one. So I assume if he had a Catharic Reunion in hand, he would have used it. Therefore, I'm inclined to go with the Stoneforge here anyway. And then have a counterspell backup afterwards. Alright, there's Nature's Claim, Abrupt Decay. So our opponent actually boarded heavily here. And found a Catharic Reunion as well. Okay. But 0 dredges in the bin. you probably want to decline here. Okay. All right. In terms of draws, we haven't drawn anything good up until now. So let's see. So he hasn't cast the Life from Loam yet. Therefore, I just hope that indeed he does not have the means to go with the Ox this turn. Alright, so no Dark Blast in hand, just attacking with that Price Amogram. That is, of course, a good one. Let's get in there. He's got no Dredger, therefore Ox might be the only choice that he has here. Huh. So if I counter this with a Drone Loch, and he isn't able to do anything anymore this turn, then I can go Kayasgal next turn. Yeah, I'm gonna let that resolve. Don't really care for the 3 life. He might have a Dark Blast. Something similar in hand. So now I'm gonna go Better Skull. Profile Walker also isn't bad for the foreseeable future. Now I also have a blocker with the Stoneforge Mystic. Go back to 11, and then each opponent sacrifice a creature, exile all cards from each opponent's graveyard. That is what I want to do here. Alright, so the Life from Loam that I put to the top is now not doing anything because there are no cards in the graveyard. So opponent just needs to have a dredger here. This path also isn't too bad, but I'm gonna go with Eco Firewalker first. So I could have, of course, failed pushed a Bloodghast and also added the Exile with the with the Kaya's Guile, but I think this way it's just... I don't see me making mistakes. What you talking about? Motherfucker. Don't try to lecture me. So, I mean... Alright, off to the third round here. Alright, welcome back here to round number 3. We are gonna keep. Now I have all these awkward stops here that I need to get rid of, basically. I think these two, just because I played Merfolk in between. Oh, it's Dredge again. Great. So Shriekhorn for him to not being able to refill after I hit him with the Kaya's Guile, right? That's the plan. So let's hope that he only has this one turn, and hopefully he doesn't hit too much. So that's already 2 creatures. Hopefully not a third. Alright. Shriekhorn, Mountain, Golgari Thugs, something. It might be declining here. Sad. That is potentially Golgari Thug. Because he doesn't have anything else, right? Why are we running into so much dredge right now? Anyhow. Not the Narcomoeba. So I think I have to get rid of the Golgari Thug. But I'm going to do it end of turn. How do we best ward them off here? I could go with Kaya's Guile right now, but there's just nothing to hit in the bin, and therefore I think I'm gonna go with this because it saves me a little bit of life. Then I might be able to, well, to now spell quarter something, and maybe block a Black Gas something. So the Creeping Chill is an issue that I have to deal with. Snapcaster Mage, I think helps as well. So block here, I play the snap, path there. I take 2, go to 5. And then I Kaya's Guile next turn. Gain full life and make him exile. Because the spell cutter is actually warding things off pretty good. It depends on whether or not he has another draw, right? So I could, of course, also path an Archimeba here. And just block the Golgari Thug. Because the most likely scenario is him just creeping chilling here. Alright, let's do that. Alright. Does have life from Loam. And this is probably gonna be creeping chill, right? Yeah. Alright, so we're down to 3, but now I do have a good blocker here. I'll let him do his stuff and then respond to it. Alright, a couple of triggers, good. So now we exile cards and gain life. And he also dredged the Golgari Thug, therefore he doesn't have access to life from Loam right now, which is good. Huh. That's not super great. I think I'm just gonna go attack in here and then tap draw so that I can potentially get down my Better Skull at some point, or even better, go with the snap. Tab will increase draw card. Mystic Sanctuary is not yet life. And Dronaloch is also a pretty dead card right now. Okay, it doesn't attack with an Archimeba, which makes sense. Don't want that. That's also not great. That actually might have been a mistake. I should have probably gone with the snap Kaya's Gam next turn. Just taken the damage here. I was just so focused on so he has to put each other on the on top, right? No, can't choose the same 2 times. No. Otherwise it would have been super funny. Another Golgari Thug. Okay. Sword of Feast and Famine, that must be a good one, right? I think I'm gonna put that on top. that's also not the worst. Yeah. I could have tapped differently here, but that would open me up to a double creeping chill. That's why I didn't want to do that. Yep. And now I think I can actually go with this, because I'm getting life back from the better skull. Yeah, now I'm just attacking with the better skull and keeping my drown lock back. Because I assume he would have blocked with the Narcomoeba if I had gone with the sword here. Therefore, I'm not going to do that. Just play the sword. Could have also, of course, pathed the Narcomoeba, but that does not seem to be too great either. Alright, up to 10. He apparently doesn't have anything to fetch anymore, and I don't know, he should have more stuff to fetch. Alright, dredge another Golgari Thug. But up until now, it doesn't seem to be too critical here. Alright. Bottom, Stoneforge. Alright, that means that I'm gonna go after that. There should be one more sword in here. Yep. Well, no. Let's not overdo it. Yeah. So Kaya's got here actually a very good pick for the Caramida. So this Inquisition's gonna go. This sort of fine ice can go. I'm gonna cut the cryptics. Cut one up. Bring back the Coal-Fire Walkers. And on the draw, actually, I think I might want to have Dovin's Veto over Elspeth here. That way we are pretty lean. So I would say the hand is okay. It's just not great. What's better than drawing this? We could still draw into an Ashiok or a Plague. Yeah, let's keep. We have a Path, we have a Spell Quarter, we have good mana. So we haven't really seen a whole lot of our opponent's deck. Spell Queller really is a house in these matchups. against decks that are very graveyard dependent, and that's why I don't understand that nobody's playing Spell Queller right now. Should be pretty high on people's minds at Raiders. Alright, mulligan's down to 5, but with Dredge that doesn't matter whatsoever. Alright, decided to keep the hand, and that does have a Shriekhorn, sure. And as always, we are drawing a land. Interesting. Chooses not to go there with the Shriekhorn. That can't have been correct, what he just did there. So he's getting the life from Loam in the graveyard, sure. Oh, come on. Getting punished here. So let's see if he does have a third land. Okay. Only prize Amogram. The thing I'm gonna path it, well, actually, I might fail push it. Because I can stop the life from Loam. Yeah. And I don't want him to have the blood gas as well. So this one, and then I'm gonna cast this. Oh man, this is not looking good. The worst draws here possible, I think. Land into fatal push. And the only cards that don't do anything here. You still didn't hit a land there in the bin. There's a land. Alright, so he needs to go with the and then we need to draw something off the top. Because right now we have a very juicy graveyard. And he can only kill my Spell Queller with a Conflagrate. Oh, come on. Oh man, this can't be real. Oh, that is a real bummer. Oh, there's another left from Loam at least. For our opponent. Alright, might be positive here that our opponent doesn't actually know that we don't have any counter spells in hand. This is so fucking unreal, dude. Fuck you, Moto. He's gonna be dredging life from low now. And this time around he's actually gonna get his lands. Which means that the 4 prize Amograms in the graveyard will trigger. And that definitely means that we are at a crossroads here. So bad. So many hits on our deck. actually, probably should have failed push here. Because now our only chance basically is to raise. Just being a little frustrated. And then I'm gonna double path. Try some more grumps. Fetch for a basic swamp and attack in. Well, actually, I can also just attack in with the colonnade, which would be 6 a turn. Must have taken out something, and potentially that something is Creeping Chill, although I can't really tell. Yeah, going with the Stoneforge Mystic here probably means that the Conflagrate is just going to kill the Stoneforge. So I could put a path back on top. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put a path back on top here with Mystic Sanctuary. Hope that he's actually going for because we're attacking it not for as much as he is, but still for a substantial amount. And next turn I even have the means to go Stoneforge, Search Batter Skull. It does have something, apparently. So it must be a Lightning Axe. Yeah, it's a Lightning Axe. Oh no. A Forgotten Cave. Alright, the Ox is also pretty strong. It doesn't have haste though. And now he's down to 4. Because he shocked himself. So, alright. Creeping Chill Bolstring is left all again. We're taking 8, going down to 5, and then we're dead to the Conflagrate there. But I don't think, like, with this, with our draws here, it's just been nothing at all. Alright, I'm gonna cut the shit here as well. Bring that one in. And bring in another dot. That was really unreal. 6 draws and we're drawing the 6 worst cards in our deck. 4 lands, or 5 lands. 4 lands I think. And 2 fatal pushes. Alright, this time I'm gonna keep in the hopes that our Stoneforge Mystic is gonna pull some weight. And we can also go opt, finding or double opt with the Snapcasters. So it's a little better than last time. But still, really weird that we are not hitting any of our sideboard cards. And the reason I'm not aggressively mulliganing a mulligan for Kaya's Guile or whatever is that I always need to be at 3 mana first. Alright, this probably is a merchant. So we've seen that he boarded multiple things to deal with our better skull. But in order to do so, he at least has to keep mana open and... Alright, yep. This is so unreal. So fucking unreal, man. Alright. But, dude. Oh, shit, alright. That was a weird game. Well, anyhow, we got there. So off to round number 4. Alright, welcome back to round number 4, I think. We're keeping here. Hand's a little awkward again, but vie. I've also refilled my Zen battery for today. Walked through the park in between, which was quite nice. Whoa, no. Because I was so used to having an upkeep stop now, I just press OK all the time. I have to get used to doing that first again. So hopefully he's not playing a Ren and 6 here. That would really make things worse for me. Alright, I think I'm gonna fetch for a white source. And go looking with the opt, because that's redundant. And then either I draw something like a land, or just a third path. Perfect. Alright, so I should definitely restart Moto here, I think. There's something not right. Yeah, it's definitely Gajund, and he definitely also does have Ren 6 in hand. Therefore, let's see. Timely top deck, of course. Hopefully he doesn't have a 1 mana removal here, so that we actually prevent him from either going with the Ren 6. Okay. So that must mean that there's no Ren 6 indeed. So we already have the mana for our Batterskull. And the Polluted Delta is gonna get the Cryptic Command back if I wanted to. But this must be a Blood Braid. Alright, Assassin's Trophy, don't care. It's actually quite good that, my god, he targets the Creeping Torpid here, because otherwise I might have been forced to fetch a Plains or something. With the Alder Fountain, of course, it doesn't matter, but... So worst thing that can happen, he does have a Kolaghan's Command, right? But I can't really protect from that, so here we go. Schools. Alright. Scavenger News is actually fine. Shocking this. There's only... Well, there are 2 creatures in the graveyard, but he only has 1 mana, so... I get a little bit of life back, which is nice. And I think now we're pretty much in the driver's seat. Also interesting to see if our opponent's actually a Croxalist or if it's not a Croxalist. With Croxa, of course, they do get more vulnerable to Graveyard Hate, but we've already seen a Scavenger Ooze here now, so nobody knows. So is he willing to sacrifice the Skoos running into the Batter Skull? Nope. So kept mana open for a potential Kolaghan's Command, I would imagine. Because he must be doing something, right? But of course, I can still even bounce the Better Skull. Like, as long as I don't tap out, there's no way he's doing anything against it. Talus Tracker is probably a card that I want to get rid of. If he gets back into the game, then it's by such means. I mean, Liliana isn't even too bad. But that's it. Alright, so Inquisition's gonna stay. Thoughtseize probably gonna go. Kaya's Guile is good. Want to have this. Probably the 2 Ashioks here. That's, well, and the 2 fail pushes, of course. And then I'm gonna get rid of 2 Cryptics. So the purpose of Inquisition here is solely to have an out against a turn 2 red and 6. Otherwise I would board it out entirely, but red and 6 by itself is such a powerful card, such a fucked up card, that I somehow need to prevent it from coming down, if I have the option to. Actually, let's go with Ether Gust here. It's actually a pretty versatile answer. Doesn't get hit by a Veil of Summer on the stack, and I do have more outs against red and 6. do have Kaisga, we do have Inquisition. We basically have everything that I want to have here. So we're going to keep. And let's see. So the only thing that I'm really concerned about is turn 1 Inquisition to turn 2 Ren 6. Because then you can mulligan into Oblivion, doesn't really matter. Just provides so much card advantage, even if I get to turn 3 Kaya's Guile, his graveyard. Yep. Bet you it's gonna be like that. Bet it is gonna be like that. Alright. But that at least is good in terms of not having a fetch land. Interesting pick. Wouldn't have chosen that one. Especially because there's just no creature to equip it to, but... Alright, Ether Gust. At least buys us a turn against most things. We just need to get to 3 mana here. So insane that we have to opt to play Ether Gust just to play around a Veil of Summer. Alright, so it has the Bloodbraid, which overall I'm fine with. Talus Tracker is a little bit of a problem. Alright, I would say let's look for land here, yes. Then we path. Actually, then it doesn't really matter, right? And I can also get rid of the Bloodbraid. I actually can't, otherwise he will get land there. Alright, so I take the 3. So our opponent's down to 1 card in hand. I'm willing to potentially take another hit here in order to prevent from something important from coming down. But apparently our opponent's just having a couple of lands here. Alright, so opponent sacrifices and we gain 4 life. And then I'm gonna get in with the Ashiok because Ether Gust plus Spellquiller for the most part can help out there. So we hit a Ren 6, which I like a lot. Murderous Rider is an interesting addition here. That was a good one. I would have expected the Shame Scoop here, but that's fine as well. Alright. So here I gotta be honest, like our opponent apparently has a little bit of bad luck with all the lands. We're gonna hit him again. Just don't want to have any fetch lands in the bin for Ren and 6 to recur. And then after turn I can just go snap, opt, whatever. And if he does have a lightning bolt here to go after my Ashok, that's fine as well. Then we're still trading 1 for 1, and I've gotten rid of the graveyard. Yeah, and at this point, like, I don't think I can lose from this spot. We're so far ahead in every metric here. So many options. So I could make him put it on top, of course, but that doesn't really make any sense. Yep, why not? Let's have the snap. So, this is actually quite annoying. He's probably going to put it on top. Yeah. So we're basically locking him out of the game for a bit. Let's do that one more time. Then we get hit another 4 damage. I could have also gone with Stoneforge just using these two, of course, but that's fine. Like if we're drawing into another land here of the top, then we will be able to just cryptic. And as long as he's putting it back on top, I just get in free damage. Alright. So we can't counter it again, but we will do, because, well, my Sword of Feast and Famine, of course, is gone. But I still get a better score, and we attack for 5 a turn. Plus these 3 untap, so I do have lethal on the battlefield. Yeah. GG's, and off to round number 5. Alright, welcome to round number 5, and so far I've liked my choice here for the meta. Now we do have a somewhat slow hand. I end up being called by someone. Why am I being called? Sorry for that. It's a Sunday, and usually nobody calls me on my work phone on Sundays, but I'll have to get back on that. So let's go snow-covered swamp, and we're playing against so I need to get rid of the Baral, because we have a pretty slow hand, and I hope that up until the moment that he's able to play the Gifts and Give him for 4, so he's gonna go Metamorphose in search of more. Oh no. That's really bad now. Because now, he probably can't go off right now, but the next turn he will be able to go off. And if I don't draw a land here to go with Kaya's Guile. No shit. Interesting to play against Storm here in the last round. Typically Storm doesn't do super well. Alright, so I need to block here. I'm gonna go with a Spell Queller. He can't go off on the stack. And he also can't... Well, he could play Gifts and Give in response now. Could do that. Which would be okay with me. Because then I have the Kaya's Guile up. Shit, fundamental land. So now it's actually possible that he goes off completely, depending on what the third card in his hand is. But I hope that he's just setting things up for next turn to rumble. But it's all dependent on the last card in his hand. If it's another Paretic Ritual, So this is interesting. This kind of makes me think that he might be 3-4. If I take both rituals, then there's definitely not going to be enough to kill me with the Grape Shot this turn, right? If I take the Grape Shot and the Mana of Foes, then he has Pyretic Ritual for +4 mana, so he's going up to 7, 3, 4, or 4 if I put it to the bin, which still leaves him enough, so I can't do that. Alright, so I need to go with both rituals here to the bin. I can only hope that he's drawing lands here off the top. Shit. Yeah, with Passive Flames. I almost anticipated it. I still think it was the correct choice there to play the Spell Queller and block a creature. Because I knew most of the cards in his hand. Of course, didn't know about Passive Flames, but yeah, now it's GG. Alright, so this comes in, I want to have Ether Gust, I want to have Firewalker. This one's good as well, this one's good, this one's good, this one's good. Okay. So Inquisition's fine. Path out. Don't actually want to have my... I think for the most part here I want to be going at instant speed, so... I mean, Ashiok still prevents a lot of stuff. So this one goes out, this one goes out. One surgical. And then either I cut the Kaya's Guile, well, let's go with the Ashiok here. So turn 1, there shouldn't be anything that's coming down here that is problematic. So I'm just going to go start off with Mystic Sanctuary. So basically gonna get anything that I can with the Spell Queller on his turn, so not. Might change once I... Probably also has access to Mystical Dispute. So one more turn, I'm just gonna wait. He also does have 8 cards in hand now. Oh, that's fine. I didn't plan around Echoing Truth, but I thought that he would probably be able to somehow get rid of my Spell Queller, and therefore that was okay, I think. Fact or fiction? Sure. Well, I'm gonna put it like this. Because if he puts the Grape Shot and the Serum Visions into the bin and just wants to go for the long game here, yep, then I do have ways to get rid of those. With Kaya's Guile, also his tank card's in hand right now, so he can't really profit all that much from. So this might be a. Perfect. So now I've depleted a lot of his resources. I can get rid of whatever he does have in the graveyard. So that it's possible that he wasn't actually trying to go off with a Grape Shot, but to go with Empty the Warrens instead. So Flooded Strands is not yet there at the point where I can do stuff with it. I think end of turn, like if he doesn't go for it right now. Yeah. So I only have the Kaya's Guile anyway for the cryptic commands, so just gonna see what's happening here if he does have more counter magic. And the more he puts into the bin, the more okay I'm with it. Alright, exile cards. Because if he does have a counter spell, it must be either a Spell Pierce or something that costs more than 1 mana. And therefore he should be able to go afterwards. Does have something interesting. Does he have another land? That I just... It's possible. Yeah, does have another land. Alright, then we're dead here. So he's gonna go with a Grape Shot. Did I know about the island? think I did, right? Maybe I should have checked that first. He needed to have another counterspell as well, so. I think overall it's fine. Sometimes your opponent just has all of it. Well, Empty the Warrens is not a big deal whatsoever. That's actually amazing. So now we're basically dead, I think. And then exile and create. Oh, we already have the Mystic Sanctuary in play. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 mana short of also attacking with the colonnades, and we don't have lethal yet, so I'm gonna wait for next turn. Since it should be difficult for my opponent to go from this spot. Alright. So still in there somewhere. So I think I need to cut down on the cryptics here. He's apparently playing a lot of counter magic. So something like this. Alright, skippable. Alright, so this is already a very interesting decision point. Since I do have a Snapcaster as well, I could go Inquisition, take a creature, but I think I'm gonna wait for next turn. Because then I have Mystical Dispute up as well as backup. Yeah. Because he can't get a creature around my Mystical Dispute right now. And because there's always the possibility that he has like an Electromancer and a Baral in hand, right? Aria of Flame, but doesn't have the mana for it yet. Alright. So I think I'm actually gonna take the Aria of Flame and then go after it. In his draw step. All of this is costing me a lot of life, obviously, but what do you hope to find, friend? actually like opting. Well, that it might actually have been. Okay, so got a Fury Island and a Goblin Electromancer right now. There's also an Abrade, which doesn't do anything since we took out the Batter Skull. This member is actually playing 2 Spell Pierces, so. Okay. So Plague Engineer as a backup is also not too bad. Then that resolves. I'm gonna go after it before things happen. And then he's left with these 2 cards in hand. Currently don't necessarily want more of that stuff. So the only counterspell that I have access to right now is Mystical Dispute, right? So I think I can go here with Inquisition since I do have multiple ways of. Okay. Alright, so Braid is pretty dead as a card. If I go with Metamorphose here, then he won't be able to play Gifts and Give him. Then he will be able to play Gifts and Give him off of that Poetic Ritual. But I do have Mystic Dispute or the Snapcaster Mage as well, plus an additional Surgical, so. I think he's still stuck on mana to enough to warrant going with that. So I could let this resolve and then go after his hand with the Surgicals. I think that might actually be the best. Yeah, because there's basically nothing that I really fear here. I have Plague Engineer, so Empty the Warrens is basically dead. So if he fetches for Grape Shot, I should be able to get there. Only important thing for me is that he's fetching stuff that he already does have in the graveyard. Or Grape Shot. That is weird, right? That must be weird. So he only looked for 3 cards? And I get to put 2 in the graveyard. That's a little bit too much on the nose if I go, well, doesn't matter. So at some point I will have to get rid of the remount in his graveyard, because if he's going off with that empty the warrens, and that's the card that can ruin my day in that sense. Mark of Ko-Fi Walker. At some point will probably be good. As soon as we draw in a second white source. Actually didn't play, like didn't fetch accordingly to that Ko-Fi Walker because did have too much other stuff to think about, and I didn't even consider it being a sideboard card here anymore. But it is a good card because our opponent basically only plays red spells in the turns that he wants to go off. And of course can be removed by cards like a Braid. Yeah, I need to start doing something soon because the Grape Shot will start piling up if it comes to it. I feel like he's got a Grape Shot there. Otherwise, I don't think he would be going for it here. Alright, just empty the warrens. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so then I will have to take a look at your hand. And I think I'm gonna go after Mana Foes here. Because he's got a lot of mana anyway, and Mana Foes are after the remount. Braid and another Desperate Ritual. Okay. Okay, so end of his turn, we're gonna go with Kaya's Guile, because I need to get rid of that Empty the Warrens. Yep. And I'm gonna push him here. Actually, yeah, let me push him first. And then go... Okay, so that's the mana for Firewalker now. Obviously, I'm not gonna be too aggressive about it here. With the Snapcaster Mage, we do have a little bit of additional value here. I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna play the Snap, flashback Kaya's Guile, create another Spirit, and gain full life. And then with the... Oh, it might be a Spell Pierce there. Create a 1/1, you gain full life. Alright. Alright. Repeal. So this one's clearly better now, right? If I just give him this one's clearly better. But he's got enough mana anyway, so I think that's fine. Ether Gust. Also good card. So now we're gaining life with each red spell that they play, which will hopefully make it way harder to go off with a Grape Shot. Okay. I know that he has 2 rituals in hand, plus something else. So you already played a land as well. Okay. So now that repeal is gone, I really have to count on that Ether Gust to get rid of Passing Flames. If he taps out for that. We have lethal here. Is there a way that he stops this? Is there a way that we lose next turn? With Ether Gust and Cryptic Command? I don't know. It's possible. Another Fact of Fiction. Shit. Okay. So Ether Gust gets around that Goblin Electromancer, right? So I'm gonna go this way, I think. Yeah, you just took the gifts ungiven there. Mystical Dispute actually probably the best card that I can draw off the top here. I think I won. Alright, what is going on? So 5-0 here. And that puts my record with the deck to 13-2, which is pretty decent. So I already made one change here. I took out the Elspeth, put in a Celestial Purge. I think also because of the Ren and 6 thing there, a couple of Blood Moons decks, etc. And the Elspeth is mostly a little bit too expensive for me to play. Therefore, but overall, I'm really happy with the deck. Like, it was fun to play, turned out great. It appeared to be pretty rounded out. We've played against all kinds of decks. We've played against graveyard heavy decks, aggro decks, creature decks, mid-range decks, and now a combo deck. The only thing that I haven't played against is a control deck. And we just have to hope that that's good enough. So I hope you enjoyed this. I'll be playing the modern PPTQ here today with Esper Stoneblade. What? Oh, submit. Okay. And hope that it's gonna go well. So I hope you enjoyed the content. Have a great weekend, and see you guys around soon. Alright, welcome back to round number 3, and this time around I actually had to mute myself for the second round because I had to contact tech support for my laptop. As I said, there were some smaller issues that I had to address, and well, yeah, I think I didn't play too sloppy that game, despite being on the phone, or for the most part, I just waited to get there. Oh yes. Well, let's have a look at that sideboard here. We do have 2 Rest in Pieces, 3 Ashok's, Time Reinforcement, Supreme Verdict. Actually, our whole sideboard can come in here. I think I have to go with the Heron Crab, because that's his only enabler, and we do have the ability to path stuff. And the most important thing is that we find a Stoneforge Mystic soon. Everything else is almost irrelevant. Just need a Stoneforge. Alright. Yeah, let's go with the turn 3 Esper Charm onto ourselves. As long as my opponent's just playing random 1-drops, I don't really care. This is a Narcomoeba or something. Becomes problematic as soon as he enables his graveyard, of course. exactly that way. And he was lucky there, of course, to hit the glimpse. Could have also just been another 5 to 10 turns without hitting an enabler, because they only do have 2, right? They only play Heron Crabs and the glimpses. Alright. Let's still go with the Esper Charm here. We're already down to 12. Due to that creeping chill. Carrion Feeder. That's a card that I do have to get rid of. And another bitch. Okay. Yeah, at this point I don't think there's a way to come back here. Like, we don't have verdicts in the main board. Oh man, that's... Lucky by opponent there. Okay, so another Better Skull. I want to have that one as well because they do feature blue creatures en masse. Timeless, rest in peace, Ashiok. This one can go out. Snapcaster Mage is not great, it's just there as a blocker. I could also get rid of Drawn Loch. Oh, let's get rid of Drawn as well. Teferi, not super great. And I think I can cut a Cryptic as well. Maybe even 2. Don't want my hand to be too clogged. Mulligan. Okay, so timely reinforcements will probably get us through the first couple of turns here. Oh yes, Tissue Supplier is actually also an enabler. Right, didn't hit a whole lot yet. Probably have to get rid of the Tissue Supply before you can replay the Gravecrawler from the graveyard. And then I can decide what I do with the Flooded Strand. In order to get life back... Lol. Drawn crap, alright. Oh my goodness. Well, at least we get the triggers of that. And of course, I'm gonna go fetch and response here in order to kill the Heron Crab. And then it's sent so that he actually doesn't have another play here, so that he doesn't shock. Which would have been way better for me. Force of negation? Okay. Opponent had a couple of... Like, for the small amount of cards that he churned there, actually had a pretty good hit. So I'm gonna let him hit me for potentially 6 because I get it back from the timely reinforcements anyway. Yeah, I just wanna be able to stop these shenanigans.
But we haven't really drawn great here, I'm not gonna lie. So I'm not gonna attack, of course. Spellquoter has to be on blocking duty here for a bit. And that's probably gonna be a Vengevine. I mean, at some point, we could also think about just racing. So if I block here, then next turn he won't be able to attack with it. I could of course also just block it with the Spell Queller. Take 5. Now I'm taking 6. I think that's fine. At some point the Celestial Colonnade comes in to help as well. Snapcaster Mage would actually be quite good. But we aren't there yet. So the goal is to somehow stay alive up until the moment that I can raise him with Colonnades. Well, never mind. Oh my goodness, this is so fucked up. So many good sideboard cards. So much stuff going on. Yet still we can't win this. So I'm taking 2 here. And I'm dead off of anything actually. If I don't draw a Snapcaster right now, or a Supreme Verdict. Verdict would also be alright, despite the fact that that's not good enough. That really pisses me off, I guess. Because there's not a whole lot more they can have in your sideboard to combat these strategies. Except for maybe a Leyline of the Void. And in neither game we didn't even have a Stoneforge, like it was really bad. Alright, let's keep this. Try to see where we're going here. Do have a decent curve. We're playing against a control deck again, but this time around it seems to be like Blue Moon, something like that. So taking the Snapcaster here should be good enough. Could be like a flash list. Now let's see. Like the most important thing for us, of course, is getting the Teferi down. So we're just gonna hope. Like, I mean, my opponent's probably gonna be looking for counter magic anyway. But there's not a whole lot that I can do about it. And if he does have a counterspell, then he does have a counterspell. And that's fine. He does have a counterspell. Lucky bitch. Otherwise the game would have probably ended here. Now, of course, I do have a whole slew of other problems, meaning that now I can't actually get past the Archmage's Charm there. Since I know that he does indeed have a roll in hand, I'm gonna top that. Probably gonna put that to the bottom. So our opponent's probably also playing Blood Moons. We do have an awkward hand. The only time it really gets better is if we can make him tap out here on his turn and then get a sort of Feast and Famine in. Which apparently isn't the case. So alright, Esper Charm helps a little. It's basically our counterpart to Archmage's Charm on his part. And if I do not get a counterspell out of him, then I should at least be able to So we're fighting the counter war right now, right? I think Need to try to counter this, which of course won't work. But hopefully he does not have, well, he doesn't have access to red afterwards anyway. So, okay. So now the only problem, the only real issue is force of negation. We didn't have a fetch land for white, therefore, like, we just couldn't do it there. But on that, yeah. So this is probably a didn't have a removal spell here. Again. Interesting. And what's the worst thing that, well, actually, what is the worst thing that can happen right now? So what does that Ural do? He does have a Ural, probably a Remand or something? Mana League. Oh my goodness. The luck's real. Alright, that Ural is gonna take down and kill my Snapcaster. Yeah, and now it might be over. But I couldn't play around it. Maybe I shouldn't have. No, I would have needed to. I think that's fine. I'm not unhappy with the way I played it. Sad that, of course, we didn't find sort of fire. Oh, well, it's on our sideboard. There's not a whole lot of ways that we win this from here. Actually, probably better to get rid of that. Lucky bitch. Well, if I had known that we're playing against control deck, of course, in the first turn, then I wouldn't have needed to play the Inquisition on turn 1. That would have bought us a little bit of time, and that's exactly what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to play the Inquisition on turn 2. and definitely definitely get a white basic as well. I mean, it's actually not too bad at all. Spell snare, okay. Mana leak. That's annoying. Let's go with a mana leak here. That fucked me up last turn already. Oh. So this is gonna be a hollowed. Well, I could also make it a Now I need double white. Also interesting that he chose to. Alright, let's fetch for a white source right now. And play this one. And with the Elspeth, we actually have a token generator that can do stuff. So it does have a lightning bolt to get rid of my spell queller. Therefore, I'm just not gonna do this. We got 5 mana already, so one more land, we'll be able to recast these Elspeth. Oh, Mage's Charm. Potentially double counter spell. Let's go with the spell queller. That's being pretty aggressive, but if we draw land, then I both have access to Torpid plus Sword or the Elspeth. So I cannot prevent him from doing anything. I also cannot play the Elspeth just yet. So I'm just gonna attack first. And saying that we've just played against That's fine. So Thing in the Eyes, don't care. Archmage's Charm, I do care about. Yeah, let's go with the Archmage's Charm. And then see if he actually protects the Thing in the Eyes with the Force. Or if he doesn't do that. If he does protect it, then she doesn't. Okay. Let's try to Inquisition him here. I can also equip the sword. I need to have a creature on the battlefield, therefore I'm gonna pay here. That is fine. And now next turn I hopefully get to equip and attack with that sword. Archmage's Charm. Trying to find something. Ah, come on, dude. Come on, dude. No way. Lol. The luck's real. Lol, 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 lol. Finds the perfect cards off the top there. Shit. Motherfucker. Alright, give me a land. Well, Spellqueller is fine as well, I guess, because I can't play it right now. I know that he has a land of Force in hand. And equip it. And that should make it difficult for our opponents, like without a cryptic. What? Lol. What did he bounce? Did he bounce the Mystic Sanctuary? Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to use it right now. But, dude, are you fucking with me? Better lucky than good here. The draws have been so phenomenal for our opponent. Insane. Really, absolutely insane. We're not even drawing a fucking 6 land. What is going on? Alright, so one Force of Negation you have in hand. Please don't tell me the other card is a removal spell. This is so insane, dude! This is so fucking insane! Dude! Fourth Lightning Bolt there. My goodness. Fuck you. Of course now Mystic Sanctuary is back up as well. So best case scenario here.
I mean, it's super unlikely now that he doesn't have a cryptic, but I have to try it. I don't think we get back into the game here if I. Lord, that's just insane. Like, this is so insane. And that force negation is still back up as well. Yeah. Well, potentially it doesn't have sanctuaries anymore. Okay, put a quarter on the bottom. So, Drown itself, of course, is a good card, but I kind of need a creature. So, I'm gonna put that to the bottom. Try to ferry again. Maybe this time around it's gonna be forced. So I have access to the Elspeth. Oh, alright. So I assume that means that there's no counterspell or another force in hand. Well, let's see. Now is our time. So since he already used all his lightning bolts, I just hope that we get a turn here. Because we also do have a backup. Like, if he had a counterspell, he certainly would have countered that. So I assume that at least one of the cards in his hands is not a counterspell. Potentially two. Which means I might be able to equip the sword. Put two cards on the bottom. And attacks in. Alright. So either we go with the counterspell here or with the Inquisition, but I can't do both. So let's try to go with the counterspell. Yes. Ah, got there. Alright, so we definitely need Graveyard Hate. Definitely. He didn't bring in any artifact hate, which was curious to me. So I'm gonna go with a Core Walker here. Could also go with a Rest in Peace. So Teferi, I mean, I'm at the point where I think that Teferi will never resolve. no matter what happens. It could go a little deeper, of course. Like it could go cut to cryptics, go with Ashiok as well. All timely reinforcements. He has really a difficult time dealing with timelies, I think. Hmm. Yep, let's go. I mean, we have Core Walker, we do have the Elspeth. So, let's see. Okay, keep. Relic, sure. Makes sense, I guess. So I need this to be white and black, so I do have access to Esper Charm, blowing up a Blood Moon potentially. Alright. But now if I go black here, so this can't be the thing. Oh, it still can. It still can. Deprive Archmage's Charm. Well, it will take a time till we can't do anything here. So Deprive at least is a little bit problematic for him in terms of getting stuff back. But that's also the only counter that he has right now. So what if, let's say, he's probably going to try to draw cards. What if I take the Deprive right now, then take the Ral, then go with Spellqueller after that Archmage's Charm, and then go with Teferi? Or I go with Mystical Dispute right now, because if he deprives, yeah, I think I go with that. Because if he deprives, then he doesn't have access to a counterspell next turn. Oh, come on. Now we're just drawing too many lands. Yeah, that is what I hoped for here, so that I can get my Spellqueller down. And that should make it somewhat difficult for my opponents to... So this is gone, that he still does have in hand. Now he's looking for removal. Put a card on top, put a card on bottom. Let's see. It's possible that in his desire here to get rid of the spell clutter, we might be able to get the Teferi down. But I have to be careful because if he does have a removal here, I gotta try it. Alright, cool. That means even if he kills the Archmage's Charm, it's not gonna be cast. Okay. Alright, Snapcaster. Yeah, and at this point it's looking somewhat grim for our opponents, especially because Sword of Feast and Famine comes down now as well. And he can't do anything about it. So many long games here against control decks. Well, we had one against Crapine last turn, so maybe that's not the worst. What's going on? Okay. Alright, off to round number 5 here. Alright, welcome back here to round number 2. So the hand is borderline, of course. I kind of want to keep it because I do like discard into a little bit of removal into Teferi. The question is, can we get there with just the opt? I'm just gonna risk it here. Because the hand's just so strong against so many decks right now. And we just need to find one fetch land or one shock land with the black source. Yeah, and this is one of the decks that this hand is actually strong against. If we don't dirt it around too long. Uh-oh. Alright, at least there's a flooded strand. So we're probably running into an Emery here, I would imagine. Alright, so he's gonna take the Teferi. Yep, but we also do have a couple of discard spells, my friend. Okay, fail push, basically dead. Archmage Charm, probably the card that I want to take here. Because the Spell Bomb... Do I care about that one right now? Probably not yet. So he gets an additional draw, but he also needs lands, just as we do. Interesting, decides to not go with it there. So I'm not that reliant on my graveyard, therefore I do not really care about that. Just gonna take away his Urza. Never mind, one of his Urzas apparently. Um, so Cryptic, Fail Push, these three cards. Nothing yet to do for our opponent. So I assume that he's not using the Neil Spellbomb here to get down his Urza as soon as he got full mana here. Okay. So I'm not playing any Mystic Sanctuaries here. Pithing Needle. Is that something that we have to worry about? I actually want to go with the Fail Push here, I think. Just because of a spell clutter or whenever we draw a that's actually also good. Now I do have Frown to force him to do something. Spell Clutter is also a good card. So he's probably gonna go ahead here and return the Archmage Charm. Yeah, I can't actually prevent this from happening. So he's gonna counter this by just sacrificing his spell bomb onto himself, which is annoying but still alright, I guess. And of course I could counter that Weir of Invention as well, but I think I'm just going better with letting this resolve. That's probably be a Thopter Foundry, yeah. Because without the other thing there, doesn't do a whole lot yet. Because otherwise the Urza comes down and I basically instantly lose. So the another polluted delta here means that I can probably go with a spell queller now without having to do something. So I'm countering this mostly because I just well, still want him to be stuck on mana, but on the other hand also because I don't want to feed the Thopter Foundry, especially because we're already at 8 life. So unless we're drawing a Stoneforge soon. So these are just blue, right? So I just go with the bear. Oh, well, I do have the sword as well. Maybe that's better. Because I can also go and bounce my Stoneforge to get the better skull as well. He's gonna name the sword probably, I guess. Oh, interesting. Fuck my life. Well, that was pretty loud in my ears, thank you. Yeah, you probably couldn't hear it, but it was indeed pretty loud. Battery low. So now he's getting back the Weir of Invention there. Yep. So what I want to prevent here is a turn where he gets all three things onto the battlefield. I know he has a Weir and the Thopter Foundry in hand right now. Talisman of Dominance, sure. Hmm. So he's gonna, of course, get the Sword of the Meek. Maybe I should prevent this from happening, but I think as long as I can keep Urza and Thop the Foundry under control, that's fine. Because as I said, like I do have non-blockable creature next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be the Urza. Which I do not care for a whole lot. Does have a counter spell. Alright. That is a problem. Because he will have a blocker now. Alright, oh shit, I need to calculate this. So he doesn't have a way to draw a card right now. I need 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I would need another land off the top in order to get there. But I think I have to take the chance. Because once he gets the Urza down as well, we're just dead. Alright. Land or counterspell. Shit. Or, of course, the Thoughtseize that we're still missing. Oh, come on. No! Oh, dude, you got so lucky, dude. Fuck my life. Yeah, we were 1 mana short here to just straight up get there. Alright, so our only chance now is to go with this. And, yeah, either draw a counterspell or something. Because he can go off on the stack. And then blocking these Stoneforge signals doesn't make a lot of a difference. Come on, deck. Give me something. Yes. That also takes me down to 6, but 1, 2, 3. We're still in game here. Still in fucking game. Alright. So now we just need to beat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 activations. We get 2 draws. Cryptic Command probably does it because we can bounce our Snapcaster and then do it multiple times. Kaya's Guile does it as well. Snapcaster, of course, does it as well. Come on! Give me something. Alright. Alright, we're back in the game, friends. Cryptic Command is pretty good. Cryptic Command is pretty darn good. Alright, so you cannot block the Spell Queller, so we're attacking for a shit ton here. So we're attacking for 11 a turn, which is more than he can do with his Thopters. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I could have actually done this better. I think I should have bounced the Thopter Foundry and then force him to discard it or sacrifice it. Because this way we're still dead to an Urza off the top. Okay, never mind. Okay. Could of course also bounce the Thopter Foundry and then go after it with the Spell Queller. But I think tap and return. Fuck my life. Shit. Wait, just need to... Where is it? Where is it? Where the fuck is that cable? Cable, where are you? Come on, man. Well, anyhow, needs to wait for a couple of seconds now. Another land, but you have to fetch for it, so it pays for itself. Alright, let's see. So we're attacking for 8, 11 again. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm also taking a lot of my time here already off the clock. We should have him now, right? It's 9. I shouldn't be able to get there, especially not if I bounce or path 1. Oh well, no. Of course you can't block. That's so good to have Sword of Feast and Famine, Sword of Fire and Ice here. Getting a little bit confused while he's doing that. Because I need to find my cable. Yep, here's realized that. So that's good for us. So now I need to find my cable real quick. Where's the cable? Cable. I have no clue. Where did I put that? There it is. So I hope that I'm still recording. Sorry for the disturbance. But I think it worked out. Alright. So all the disputes come in. Kaya's Guile, well, maybe not. Maybe I want to have... Sorry. I think I actually want to add the surgicals here. Also because of... Let's get rid of the Teferi. It's very strong in the matchup indeed, but I think I have to be a little faster here. Could also go with a Supreme Verdict. I think this should be fine, right? Comes Astrolabe. So worst case scenario, turn 2. I thought the Foundry comes down. Shadow of the Outlaw. Battle at the bridge. Target creature gets you gain X life. Well, don't care about that, don't care about that, don't care about that. So the only card that I actually care about is Urza. I guess we get rid of Shadow of Doubt. Because the other two cards I really don't mind. Shadow of Doubt is still a card that I have to play around, therefore it can be tricky at times. Okay, let's go and take the Urza. Fail push. Well, our opponent brought in a lot of spot removal here. Good that we're drawing so much spot removal as well. Yeah, generally speaking, I think that's a good thing. Also good that he's already using all his Mystic Sanctuaries here. But dude, I have a lot of paths in my hand. So I would love to go with a Spell Queller here, but if I did that, then he would just go field me and gain it back with the Fail Push. Third Mystic Sanctuary here. We've actually... I mean, we only play 4 spot removal spells in our entire deck, right? Oh, we haven't drawn really great here. That's interesting. That is very interesting because now he doesn't have a way of getting rid of my spell queller. And he's also done the other thing. Alright. So we get in a couple of hits here, I guess. Before things get critical. And at some point, I mean, he will draw, of course, a... Why is my laptop so loud? Let's go with a Stoneforge here. Find a sword, not a batter skull. Dude. Good top deck, because he actually passed that way. And now, of course, there's a trade-off to be made here. If I take a sword, then if he finds a Pollute Delta or any fetch land to sacrifice, let's get the better skull so that I'm safe from that. Yeah. Correct choices were made. Does he have a fourth Mystic Sanctuary here? Does he go all the way? No. Alright. So that's fine because I do have the Stoneforge and I have a whole lot of paths that you can take. Congratulations! Oh, that just comes in tapped, and then we're storing to attack. Spell counter is not the worst. Of course, we have to pressure him a little here. It's a 3-turn clock. I could have actually made it 2 if I attacked with the tar pit as well. Actually, I could win here, but I think having one tar pit as one spell quarter as a backup, because we don't know what he does have in hand. If it's a counter spell or something else. Oh yes. Thank goodness I drew my 4th path in my first 23 cards. Alright, GG's. Alright then, welcome to the last round of this league. We have already gathered 3 wins, therefore this is basically a freebie for this new deck creation. Oh great. Last game, hopefully against Eldrazi and not Greentron. Because against Greentron we would be really bad, I think.
Alright, looks like it might be Eldrazi, and we even got to counter something here. Unless it's a walking ballista. So very good here. The spell color can actually get rid of Thought-Knot Seers off of a Cavern of Souls. And we're slowly making our way up to those 5 mana for Better Skull. Take Edge, well that is somewhat annoying. Do I care about that? I think I don't. I'd rather go with Esper Charm here. Draw a couple of additional cards. Since he apparently needs his mana anyway. Nope, that wasn't correct. So pretty sure if I'm going to go with the Inquisition here that I'm not going to hit anything. No, there's the Cavern. Hopefully he goes with Thought-Knot Seer and not with a Reality Smasher. Good. This means that I do get to play my Badger Skull. I'm just playing it here because if we're running into another Thought-Knot Seer of our opponent, then I definitely want to have this in play since we only have a couple of copies in the sideboard. Yep. Alright, another Thought-Knot Seer. Which is annoying, but it's fine as well. Expedition map. Will not get him anywhere yet. Might be getting better later on though. So I could attack with both here. Just see if he blocks with a Thought-Knot Seer. Alternatively, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think the only card that I'm really scared of right now would be. Let's have a look. Because it doesn't cost us a whole lot. Endbringer and Corn. That actually warrants me doing something, right? Because the Corn is actually pretty good against my equipments. He might be blocking here just to, yeah. Enable the Corn basically. So I'm gonna go snap Esper Charm him. That would also make my journal log significantly better, and as long as he does not have another Corn here off the top, I think I'm in good shape. Yeah, he's looking for one. No. Alright. Annoying, but that is better than a Corn. especially if we can bounce it. So now we do have a 2-turn clock, and the Corn is not too harmful anymore. Plus, the Spellqueller can't be killed by a Dismember or whatever. Conceded from the game. Alright. Cool. So cyber-wise is gonna be difficult, more difficult. So my swords aren't great. I'm gonna get in another better skull here. Supreme Vert, do I actually want to have it? I think I can go with an Elspeth here. And I need to cut a little bit down on the 1-mana spells. I need to leave the Cryptic Commands in here to block, to bounce potentially a Chalice. But other than that, I think this is alright. I mean, the swords, yeah, do sometimes have merits in these matchups as well, but since we're not fighting any color full cards, certainly mulligan. Also not a great hand here. Let's get rid of a Cryptic and see where it takes us. Insanely slow hand, by the way. And that would appear to be a Chalice again, right? No. Expedition map, okay. Eldrazi Temple, so there's definitely going to be a Thornotsia this turn. Playing a snow-covered plains here is the least suspicious way that I can hide a counterspell. Thornotsia, of course, will hurt a lot. That is okay, though. The way he did it there last turn, I would almost assume that indeed my opponent is short on mana, because... Oh, come on. What's going on here? Karn. Reality Smasher. That is also not good. So we're taking 8, then another 8. Oh my god. Well, I think I need to tap down here, just so I can deploy their Better Skull without instantly dying. Now, Spellquarter, if you had come a little earlier, that would have been great. Another expedition map. Sick. Yeah, dude. Maybe Moto has just been on too long again. opponent doesn't seem to have a clear path to victory here. And if he doesn't have another... Okay. Might have a Walking Bliss in hand, of course. Caverns. This is annoying, but okay. I guess the most likely outcome here is just going to be a Walking Ballista. Yeah, okay. So we've, in this entire game, we've drawn 2 spells, and otherwise just lands. So, Sword of Feast and Famine protects us from a dismember. Therefore, that's not the worst. I don't think that I can keep this. And why is there never a Stoneforge Mystic? Like, come on, dude. Awesome. Exactly the card that I wanted to see. So there's nothing that we can counter here, unless he is playing a Chalice for 0. Therefore, yeah, he's got Tron. Yeah. Probably should have restored Moto here in between. Just, if you have it running for too long, it's just fucked up. So, in retrospect, of course, the Expedition map would have been, or the Meta Reshaper here would have been a better find, or a better hit, but that's fine. I need double white and I need triple blue. Well, Blaston is pretty annoying, of course, but other than that, his hand's not amazing. And if he wants to go with the Blast Zone, then at least we get a couple of hits here. And he's also going to kill the Matter Shape, of course. Dude. For real, Moto, just give me a normal card, please. So the Blast Zone will at least put his his item count in the bin at 4. Matter Reshaper, Blast Zone itself, Spatial Contortion plus the Expedition map. After you cracked it, of course. So we didn't know about that mine there. Yes, play another Matter Reshaper first. Just makes my thing better. I think that was a little bit weird that he just sacrifices his own creatures there, like willingly. Torpor. Okay. Mine's okay. Both of those are not great for me. And he didn't he didn't bother to play the expedition map. And drew one off the top. Okay. So don't want to be attacking with that creeping torpid right now. Also, he does have Ghost Quarter in hand, which makes my torpid somewhat worse. But I don't mind all of this. Like, as long as there's no cavern. Okay then. Colonnade might be coming in handy. Still have 4 cryptics. That's good. So it does make me a little bit suspicious what's going on here right now. Therefore, I'm just going to have a look. Yeah, Spatial Contortion. And then next turn we're starting to attack with our Colonnade. Do I care about an expedition map? Does he have another Ghost Quarter potentially? Wouldn't hope so. Come on, now just give me a land, so I do have a little bit. Nope. Now we're gonna wait one more turn. Especially because I don't know if they actually do have another Ghost Quarter here. Scavenger Grounds. That actually might be forcing me to take action here and make him discard both cards. Yeah. Not because of my graveyard, but because of his graveyard. I can't really accept it. Because otherwise my Drown-in-Laws are both dead and... Alright. There's not... Like, they aren't playing 2 Scavenger Grounds, right? Can't be. So the thing is, what I really want to prevent is a Corn from coming down. That's why I'm not doing anything here with the Colonnade. Next turn, things change a little. Never mind. Interesting that he does it right now. Alright, so Snapcaster Mage does not have the flashback ability right now, but at least we get in a little bit of damage potentially. Well, was that what you really wanted to do? Like using all the mana but the one that makes it uncomfortable. That was a little strange. Yeah. So it's a 2-turn clock. What's the worst thing that can happen? Karn fetching what? Walking Ballista, killing all of my stuff. Okay. Okay. Cool. So next turn we do have lethal. And we have plenty of counter magic up still. Alright, GG's. So I don't know if he sandbagged the Karn or if he just threw it off the top. No, he just threw it off the top, must have. Because we knew about the Eldrazi Temple. No, we didn't because of my discard there. Alright, cool. So getting in 4-1 here on our first league. I already made a couple of changes in between. So that was pretty neat. So since we're not really a control deck and just playing a couple of controlling cards, I actually don't think that I want to have Esper Charm in here. I also think that failed pushes are just bad in the main board in general. Therefore, I also cut the failed pushes again. Put in the Brazen Boras. I don't know if this is... I also made a couple of substantial changes to the sideboard, but I don't know if this is the list that I would want to run later in today's challenge. But something close to it, I think. It seems pretty clean to me. I just have to figure out if this is enough of removal or if I have to play Kaya's Guile or whatever in the main board. Because, I mean, in general, I just need to have a creature to equip my equipments to. Therefore, Kaya's Guile would also, in the most cases, would probably be okay. Brazen Bora, of course, does give us a little bit of utility against Blood Moon decks or whatever. But yeah, this is the main board, and then in the sideboard I decided to completely cut the Ashiox and Rest in Pieces. I just want to be a little more agile here with Surgicals, with Kaya's Guile, and potentially like Celestial Purge, etc. So I hope you enjoyed the league, and we'll see each other next time around.